Hey, what's up, everybody? My name's Slippery Sam Butters. What's going on? How are y'all doing today? It is Sunday, off to a bit of a late start, but the time in between streams is necessary to reset my brain. And it's a new month, new Snakeland content in the ARPG genre. Yeah, I just got a lot going on, Can't always keep up with the normal 11:30 a.m. Pacific time standard or daylight start time, but we do our best. There's not a lot of feedback last couple of weeks, so I figured if I was gonna stream, didn't have to be on time, but of course I wanted it to be on time. But yeah, that's always something that happens. And so we have quite a bit to catch up on, and we'll get to that now. Like I said, March is the return to the ARPG for Snake. Had a lot of fun playing Arc Raiders. Not that that game is terrible or anything. It's just time to move on to back into other things, I guess. My own interest. 8 hours until the expedition there, and we're ready to go. Ready to do some fresh raids with a fresh kit, fresh new free kit or whatever, in a couple weeks. And the new league starting up in a couple of days here. So I was gonna check it out anyway. I always do the updates, but haven't been playing Path of Exile 1, so we'll be doing a refresher course in how to make league starters. We'll be going over all the old builds and stuff like that. We do 6 minutes of ads per hour, by the way. If you don't like to watch ads, you can turn them off for free with your Prime membership through Amazon.com. That's always up to you how you want to support Snake and Snake Land. There is something else I need to do right here at the start, so let me attend to that here on my other screen. Use your Prime, turn off the ads for free. If I wind up receiving anything monetarily, like a generous donation, I put that all right back into my stream and I upgrade it and I keep it going and I keep my snake bouncing. So yeah, missed a few streams last week, so I wanted to say, if you join the Discord, you'll have the schedule ahead of time. Usually every Friday I make up my mind, but it's 2 random days off, including Sunday. But since I took 2 days off earlier this week because of health things, I decided to stream again today, although late. And that's the update there. These drops were the other day, but we did collect them. As well as the drops that were available during Arc Raiders while playing Arc Raiders. So we'll go into game after watching these videos. There was a big podcast just a few hours ago Um, the resident expert, I guess, or one of the resident experts here on Twitch, Zizarin, did a podcast interviewing some game devs. And so that insider information, everybody's starting their league prep, uh, is always good to watch. But we won't watch too much of that because I do want to, like I said, do a little bit of a refresher on Path of Exile 1, and we'll talk about D4 later in the month, um, as we approach the launch of Lord of Hatred. It's like, wait, Vessel into Lord. Yeah, Vessel into Lord of Hatred. So as we get closer, we'll see how things are going in the Path of Exile world. By the way, since I mentioned Arc Raiders and those drops, 8 hours left, and then there will be a stash wipe. From what you've been watching, nothing has changed from the last raid of the last stream. Just to bookend Arc Raiders, I'm at about 6.4 million ready for the expedition and excited to see, like, I still have questions. Sorry, my voice is still like cracking and shit. I think I think it's safe to say, like, most people's voice just cracks, like, normally, especially when they're about to say something important or like trying to like sound a certain way. I don't think you can avoid that. I don't care like what exercises you do or whatever. But just around 6.4 space dollars, including the stash. And I'm still interested to see like what happens to all that excess. I only needed 3 million in stash value and coins. Does any of that get given back or left over? I would like to at least have the space dollars left over. You take all the stash, that's fine. But it just seems to me like if you were sending yourself on an expedition and you had been collecting your stash and you could leave something behind for the next person, you could choose, like, okay, I'll take the 3 million out of the space coins and leave all the stash for the right. Just feasibility wise, like, why do you have to clear the stash if I have 3 million just in space, just in space coins? I have the 3 million. Why would you have to clear the stash? Just take the 3 million for my 5 skill points out of my space dollars. I think that makes more sense, but that's just me. Uh, will obviously more than likely have the situation where the opposite happens, right? It's either one of the either both get cleared to zero, stash and space coins, or something gets left behind. But either way, we'll have to wait until about 12:30 a.m. my time. That's the other thing that's very strange about it to me is it's 8.5 hours. If it was just 8 hours, it would be a little after midnight, Pacific time, where the expedition starts. And your character goes on its merry way, his or her, I should say. So if you're sending a raider on an expedition, it's a little after midnight. I guess they're giving that half an hour window for their servers, but you would think it would be right at midnight. You could start playing your new raider, right, with your 5 new skill points. But it's actually like 12:30. It says 8.5 hours. Just about now. It's about 8 and 20 minutes or so. Um, so I find that kind of odd as well. But we'll have to just check in off stream with all of that, as we return to ARPG world, a lot to catch up on there. Let's get to it. I'm a cartoon bouncing snake. I do go by many names. Thanks for all the recent support. I am just a basic PNG tuber. I possess this two-dimensional brand and front-facing snake image that I downloaded for free off the internet. And you can see all our social medias and support however you'd like. I like to say that even a lurk or a follow is equally as appreciated as anything monetary that you could give. And happy Sunday, gamers. Let's do this thing. So this is what we'll check in and make sure that we have connected in, is it a, wait, that's what I wanted to see. Is it just Path of Exile? No, it's both. So you get the Mirage weapon effect. That we'll be able to unlock. First thing, when we check into our characters. First thing. And it's also in Path of Exile, so that's the thing about most of these cosmetics now, is that they're in both games, or they're available in both games. Okay, cool.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
What up, Jonathan?
Welcome to GGG Live.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve. Rescue them.
So we got Peely 2 slop and Peely
And
1
you
now.
will be granted. Trapping my Jinn in an astral plane.
True. No, and they're doing a roguelike!
Wait, it is a roguelike. Was there leaks? How did people know that? Was this leaked? How did people know that?
Why is the Mirage area of Soul Eater? 80% more rarity items found. 3 additional bosses. Okay, that's some cool stuff.
Imbued gems? Whoa! 70.
Whoa! What? Holy power creep, dude. What the hell?
Holy skills! The paladin they're putting into the game at Peely too soon.
Yeah, that skill looks cool. New skills, multiple skills. Exceptional support.
Exceptional supports. Keepers. Alice it is Alice we work.
Oh! They're doing it!
Holy wait, is Elden Ring actually back? What was that?
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was a good one.
Whoa! What? Wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage.
Cannot die!
Such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies, or
A portal
such
spells
as
of
the
wisdom
wish
will
for
drop
glyphs,
it. That's OP
which
as
causes
hell,
all
dude.
portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies. Dextral catalysts.
Enhances
These
suffix.
catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix
Holy power
or suffix
creep league,
modifiers
dude.
for juicing areas.
Juicing?
We'll get to that in a moment.
Let's go, Mark.
Mirage took a domain of the Jinn.
That's insane.
Mirage is
copies your
created
lead
from an in-game
mechanics.
map, for instance, will have all Scarab,
Legion.
Atlas, and map modifiers the
Holy
area
shit,
has.
dude. Wait, it's gonna be insane.
Mirage is created next to a strongbox. Will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Skill Gen.
Oh my god.
Corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
7 leagues. No. Wait.
Blights can be defended again.
What? Bus?
Legions fought once more, and so on.
Oh my god.
Effective blights can be defended again.
Let's go. Double Blight League, boys.
The opposite of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
Okay, that's crazy. How
As
do
a
they make
quick
one of those
note,
into a mage blood, dude?
imprison passive tree notable of your choosing.
Wow, that is nuts.
The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
That's a nice belt.
What? Bro, what is this
As a quick
league?
note,
How much power creep do you
as the
want?
campaign doesn't generally
Yes.
contain too much additional exclusive items, yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him. So that's the Mirage League. Edges
Yeah,
of
we're
its
back to
realities,
Atlas Quadrant.
reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely.
No way.
You will
It's
now
actually
find, say, a
wasted.
tier 10 map. You can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now,
this is so good
this
for
would have
SF.
required having some Mesa map. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely.
Yes.
Or choose a new map to
Oh,
use
you can
it
just go.
on.
Oh,
It's your choice.
oh, so any map's like any tier. Wait, any map is any tier. Oh, that's really
This
cool.
is one of the many benefits. A shaped region will manifest
Oh,
itself in that
Sextants are
quadrant,
back. I love
affecting
Sextants.
many of the maps within it.
I love this. I love this. I love it.
That
I love
Mesa
it.
may drop a
I love
tier
it.
11 map. You
I
can
love
then
it.
immediately return to your map device, which
I
will
love it.
default to the last map run,
I
and
love
then
it.
run it again.
I love
Or
it.
Choose a new map to use it on. It's your
love it.
choice.
W in chat, boys. Just spam it up. Just W in chat, boys.
This is one of the in the domain of timeless conflict.
Oh,
If you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device
QOLs,
in the
baby.
right spot.
Yes.
Made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space,
Oh no.
rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed
That's not what I
maps.
want to hear.
However,
Oh god.
upon doing so,
No.
every other map remaining in the shaped region
Oh,
will gain
no,
an additional
why?
modifier.
Dude, no.
This means
Oh
as you
my
progress
God.
through the shaped
It
region,
means you got to do all the
map
maps
run
and then
will
go to the
become
one
more
fucking good
and
map at the
more
end. Okay, I
intense.
see. This is like.
with the relevant mechanic getting more and more
Oh
juiced.
god, man. I mean, yeah, you can have the super maps at the end. I was assuming, like, hopefully,
Finally,
you know, the gym
at the
spawns
end
on it
of the
too.
region of maps, this new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that
Oh,
want
okay,
to
we got a
engage
keystone
with this new
fix things.
system,
Okay, all good.
while
all good,
still
guys.
wanting to run the same map over
Ooh,
and
thank
over
goodness.
again, the
Okay,
synthesized
so everyone clicks
stability
this keystone the
keystone
whole
on the
time. Got
Atlas,
it.
an additional abyss,
Wait, they're towers.
a blighted region,
Wait, they're
which
actually
adds a
towers.
blight encounter,
Oh, we have to keep.
with the
oh.
relevant mechanic
We have
getting
to do
more
multiple
and
maps.
more juiced.
Oh.
Finally, at the end of the region of maps, the synthesized stability keystone
Wait.
on the Atlas tree
It's saved.
enables exactly
It's
that.
saved. It's so saved. Guys,
With all
the
the new engine
league is
changes,
so
Thought it would
saved.
be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas.
Oh my god.
When using the map device, so you can spend more time
Why
doing
are
what
they
you
showing
love,
without a
killing
filter? I don't
monsters,
get it.
getting loot. And we want
Damn, dude, look at that loot. They fit. Where's Fubgun at? I got called Fubgun. They fixed ground loot. He killed like 3 monsters and it dropped like 100 items. That is nutty, bro.
or friends. When
Tasty
they're online.
legs, crispy thighs.
Tasty legs, crispy thighs.
Friends. When they're online. T17 maps, as you know it, have effectively been removed.
Yes!
The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. T17 maps, as you know it, have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, have effectively been removed.
Yes, yes,
The
we
bosses have been
won.
kept around,
We
and they
won.
better fulfill their original purpose
They're
of being
gone.
a gateway to target farm
Finally,
uber pinnacle bosses.
we won. No more tier
The
17s.
most annoying modifiers on originator maps have been removed or
Yes.
replaced.
Yes.
No more
Oh,
getting
dude,
turned
best
into a
patch
slug.
ever. Yes, we won. We won.
Petal skills and originator maps have been
Oh
removed.
my god,
However,
dude.
have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway, have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to
Yes!
target farm uber pinnacle bosses.
Yes! Oh my god!
No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically.
What a W!
Petal skills and original. Some of their
Take
effects
my
are now
money.
available from the altars and
Buying
memory
supporter
threads. Entered with rare monster modifiers and affected by a shrine.
PvP.
This exile is
You
not
get
to
the
be trifled
1v1.
with. Possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with
ults
rare
to
monster
exiles.
modifiers, and affected by a shrine. This exile is not to be trifled with.
Okay. They're cooking, dude. They're
Alongside that, we've also
cooking.
changed some. Augmented with
death.
rare monster
Show the death.
modifiers and affected by
Show
a
the death.
shrine. This exile is not to be trifled with. And affected by a shrine. This exile is not to be trifled with. Alongside that, we've also changed
I
some,
do a little bit of
such as the
trifling
Beyond
myself.
Scarab of Resurgence. To allow players to engage with Hive encounters quicker
chat,
when they
wow.
do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. There's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block Hive encounters or
there you go.
unstable breaches, if you want.
W.
Now that this is a core league, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod.
What?
Check out the new The Paths Not Taken keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards from many bosses across the Atlas.
Oh, I'm so excited, dude. This is like an
These new
actual
supports
huge
are an
in-game update.
improvement over the
We haven't had
old
one of these in
Awakened support
years.
System. 40 new
Shockwave!
exceptional supports to discover.
Awakened!
Adding additional enticing drops to
Oh my
bosses
God!
that may
What is
otherwise have
Shockwave
felt
Awakened?
not as worthwhile to run, with many of these being variants for gems which previously
Please,
had
Dark
none.
Pact.
One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority,
Please, Dark
which
Pact.
casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your
Please.
location instead of its own.
Please give me Dark Pact, please.
We'll leave the rest of the transfigured
No!
skills for you to comb through in the patch notes.
No!
Holy Flame Totem
Jesus, holy flame totem in
and Dominating
2026.
Blow.
What the f is that?
Pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail
And
greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's
buffs.
Teaching. The Reliquarian has more flexibility
Bro,
in how you build it
they're showing
compared
Dark
to any
Pact.
other Ascendancy class in the game.
Dark Pact's being shown.
Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a
Please.
static Ascendancy class.
Astral
And
Projector
between
Dark
each
Pact, it
expansion,
looks like.
the unique powers which are offered will change. Many more for you
This
to
is the
discover.
best PoE1 patch ever?
Keepers of the Flame is coming back, gang.
How the f is this game
However,
free?
an
Dude.
important
Waggle said GGG showcased a self-cast build doing 2 breaches at once, and they failed both of the breaches before they were 30% full.
Reward some pretty useful stuff.
I like the in-game changes. I think they're going to be really good. I mean, it seems like a way better version of. It's like the good shit from PoE2 plus the good shit with PoE1 combined, right? Combined to make like this really kind of nice end game where, like, the Atlas isn't just a checklist. It's an actual map that you explore and go through, and then you can actually, dude, for SSF being able to like target farm specific maps. Oh my god. It's gonna be so nice.
Keep an eye on the news.
Yo, honestly, that is the best looking patch I've ever seen. I'm so hyped. I was already hyped. Do you guys feel the same? Do you feel the same, Steel?
It surpassed my expectations. I don't think it's the greatest patch I've ever seen, but it surpassed my expectations. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I do not like turning maps into wastestones. It's fine. It's fine. The main difference is you still have agency over what map you run, because that's the thing you lost, right? We still have that agency. It's a W. It's a good change.
Which means on a map-by-map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh,
All
you
of
guys have done
Toxic
it.
Survivors.
Our programmers put a lot of work into
Like,
it.
actually,
So they did a
how
good
much
job.
multiple
But even then
areas
you've
there in
got,
Toxic
now you
Sewers.
can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on, if I'm in, like, say, Toxic Sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Wow, there's just a button to take you back to the start of this.
Hello?
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints. These guys fancy.
What we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
What?
And this is
Here's
from
number
like,
one.
stuff that's dropping outside.
From core
Yeah,
drops,
yes,
as we
core
call
drops,
it. Yeah. Not
What?
windows, not
What?
tile loot,
Loot
you know,
tile,
whatever
yeah,
all the
That's a
terminology is.
what?
Obviously, that
Double?
will then we will effectively be doubling all the currency.
Holy!
About this, I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like
Thinking
what would it
he's
be like
fantasy.
if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that
So,
game
like-
mode is called Ruthless.
So maybe
Ruthless is different.
Well, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it. And then
You can go
use
buy
the new
notables.
currency to change it over to being, I don't know,
Wait,
a
that's
brand cluster jewel or
insane.
something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster
is
jewel.
wild.
And then you can
Wait.
roll a brand notable along with your
That's
block notable
sick.
or whatever.
Wait.
Cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster
Oh
jewel.
my god,
It doesn't
wait.
change what's
Oh
on the
my
cluster jewel.
god.
So you can
Wait.
You can theoretically roll
Wait.
like a shield or a block cluster
Oh
jewel.
my god.
You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want.
Like, can you do this just once, or is it?
You can keep reusing the
So you
currency.
can like add a modifier and then change it to a new
Wait, that's
I wanna modify it for
insane.
these two
do you want the
targets
good
as an
news or
example.
the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love
Bad news is, it's gone for now.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Excuse me, elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
That may be good news for some.
I understand that's like, but we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck?
Oh no!
That's what I mean. Too many games
Whoa.
for 328.
Caught. He's caught
We're easing
red-handed.
back on those
He's caught.
diminishing return penalties. I believe we applied.
Even Octavian's
so,
laughing.
You know, at least it'll be more spiky.
Wait, the quiver one's insane. Projectiles can change from any number of additional targets in close range. Wait, wouldn't that make Tornado absolutely cracked for single target?
328 expansion, you know.
Wait, that
it's not
quiver
just me, I'm
one's
working with a number of other designers,
insane.
But I've had my
Wait, that
my hands on a
quiver
lot of it.
one's insane.
Oh, dude. You know what this was? Here's the breaking point, guys. Here's the breaking point. Picture this. You say, "Hey guys, let's do this Farisha event where a lot of people can play all these cool mechanics and make some cool interesting builds." And then they pull up a Miracle stream and half the screen is his character AFK and the other half of the screen is the Uwu game. And they're like, "What the hell is this?" And then they pull up Tai stream and half the screen is Ultimate. No, sorry. A quarter of the screen is Ultimatum. A quarter of the screen is RuneScape. A quarter of the screen is the Uwu gaming. And a quarter of the stream is just Tai's camera. And they're like, "What the hell?" And they lost it. And they're like, "All right, this has got to die." Okay, they're tired of non-PoE gameplay happening on PoE streams. And they decided that was the breaking point for them. They snapped. Portal no longer has casting interrupted by self-damage. just screw that one guy. Just that freaking one guy was like, "I'm using Portal to do a map." Freaking screw that guy. Yeah.
Okay, what I'm confused is how did wands avoid a nerf? I wasn't expecting slams to get nerfed because it's not that popular in softcore, but wands are. I mean, like, yeah, you went elementalist on wands, but you could. I mean, there's still other classes that are playable on it.
All right, Dark Pact.
What? It was the fucking video for.
You know how like every season of WoW, it's like the mage players just get like 6 buffs and like a complete rework to a bunch of stuff, and like the mages get like some crazy cool things, and they still just bitch about everything. That's like the minion archetype in PoE. It's literally the same. Viper Stroke of the Mumbo now has 30% less attack speed if dual wielding, and each weapon hits separately if dual wielding, dealing 20% less damage. It now also has can inflict multiple poisons in the same hit.
No, that is such a W. This patch is so... I'm so happy with this patch.
No, that's like the worst type of fucking patch. It's either you add new cool stuff and you change nothing, or you shake up stuff. Like right now, League Stars is gonna look the same. No, but what I mean, it's not fun to try new things if they're strictly just as bad as before. TLDR, dog shit, balance changes as always.
Is a Molnar for no reason. Game is perfectly fine. First message permanently banned. Hardcore chat. Hey, thoughts on the patch so far? It's looking pretty good. He didn't ban me. He just timed me out.
I'm not immune.
It was a genuine question.
Flubgun said patch was good. Yeah, just wait for day 1/day 2 Flubgun new rants. He's gonna be fucking crying about some bullshit again very soon. Don't worry, it's not gonna take long. He's gonna be fucking complaining. Oh, I have to click stuff on my maps. I have to not enough to eyes on the ground. Flubgun. It's gonna happen. Just give it time.
I don't know, but I can tell you whatever Flubgun's doing, if you want to position yourself to be economically viable, all you have to do is identify what he is mining and sell them shovels. If you do that, you will be fine.
Do you think I'd be a good interviewer? Because like I feel like ZD has a monopoly on all the developer interviews. Like, how come they never ask me to interview them? Is it because I don't live in Australia? Like, is it because they can cheaply fly out ZD to New Zealand for like $50? And like they can't afford to fly me out for to the studio? Is that why?
Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. Now, how do you get? How do you make it able to scale? It feels like.
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 discussion. Welcome back to Teaser Season for patch 3.28. Mirage League is starting in a little bit less than a week now, and we got all the patch notes yesterday. So there's a huge amount to go through in those patch notes, and I did an epic long stream at the time, just my first thoughts. Sometimes you do miss things, sometimes first impressions, you just end up missing one or two things here or there, not drawing some connections. But if you do want to see my first thoughts, I'll put a link to them down in the description below. Fair warning, it's a long live stream. However, today I wanted to razor focus in on one of the most important changes. This is probably the biggest economic shakeup Path of Exile 1 has seen since patch 3.19. So Calandra League was a very contentious league for a number of reasons, but there was a change in it that was made that was initially received in a pretty lukewarm fashion. But then once people got a chance to play with it, it became quite popular. This was the Great Divine Exalt swap. What this was Grind Gear Games took some of the most important crafting bench crafts that exist in the game, and they changed the cost to apply these to an item. Previously, they had been denominated mostly in Exalted Orbs, with one of them in Blessed Orbs. After this, they were denominated in Divine Orbs instead. These included prefixes cannot be changed, suffixes cannot be changed, can have up to 3 crafted mods, cannot roll attack mods, and cannot roll caster mods. So these 5 meta mods, all of them started to cost Divine Orbs at this point. They also removed the vendor recipe that granted you a Divine Orb, and that was one that you used to get when you vended a 6-linked item. So what was the consequence of this? Well, it was pretty substantial. This meant that Chaos Orbs retained roughly their pre-existing buying power. Not necessarily always exactly the same, but generally, 1 million Chaos Orbs to 10 mirrors was pretty commonplace, both before this change and after this change, for say second month of the league period. So Chaos Orbs retained their old buying power. Exalted Orbs cratered, where they used to be anywhere from 150 to 180, sometimes outside those ranges, but usually close to it, 150 to 180 Chaos Orbs, they just went into freefall at this point. And at the same time, Divine Orbs exploded in price, sometimes even surpassing the values that Exalted Orbs used to have. Ultimately though, they pretty much swapped, and now it's much more acceptable to just apply an Exalted Orb directly to an item than it used to be. That feels much less wasteful. What feels much more wasteful is applying a Divine Orb to a reasonably replaceable item. You generally don't do that very much anymore, but you fill out your mods at random on items with Exalted Orbs without feeling bad about doing so. Anyway, that was the last time there was a big change. Here, what we're looking at is a different pillar being changed, and this is the Chaos Orb. So let's look at the 2 biggest changes. Firstly, the Kirak map crafts. These are gone. These are something that not everyone used a lot of. Now, if you're someone who is running a high juice strategy, then you probably were using a Kirat Craft on each map, but you might only be using 3 or 4 of them in an hour because you're spending 15, 20 minutes in each map that you run, and you're full clearing it, you're doing every single thing that's on it, and the amount of Chaos Orbs you're deleting from the economy with this is pretty small. But there were people who were using strategies that absolutely spammed these map crafts. One of the strategies that was at the most extreme end of this was the Heist and Searing Exarch strategy. Here, you would run maps that would be aligned to the Searing Exarch. This would then allow you to very quickly get Searing Exarch invitations. You'd be using a layout like Strand, where you would navigate to everything on it really quickly. And while doing this, you would spend 5 Chaos Orbs per map, adding multiple additional Heist Smuggler's Caches to it using the Kirat Craft. And the reason that this was such a significant sink of Chaos Orbs is because even though there weren't a lot of people doing this, they were doing so many maps so quickly. You could do 60 maps in this way an hour. If your load screens were fast enough and you had a Mage Blood or some other extreme movement speed, you could even get that up to 100 maps an hour. In that situation, you're personally deleting hundreds and hundreds of Chaos Orbs from the economy every single hour. And if you're playing in this type of gameplay, you have to trade for them from other players, and most of those trades are you giving up Divine Orbs in order to get those Chaos Orbs. By doing this, you are increasing the demand for Chaos Orbs, and you're therefore keeping the value of Divine Orbs under a little bit of control. The second big Chaos Orb sink that we had was Tier 17 maps. Tier 17 maps were not able to be scoured, they were not able to be alterationed, and they had some pretty nasty mods on them that people generally had an attitude of, I'm going to roll over this almost all of the time. Well, those maps are undergoing significant changes. They're no longer going to be anything like the Chaos Orb sink that they used to be. So this combination of two things is going to mean that the pool of endgame players who are generating fewer Chaos Orbs than they're using is going to be very small. And what happens when the pool of endgame players that want a particular currency, more of it than they actually can farm themselves, ends up drying up? Well, you end up seeing a complete and utter collapse in the value of that currency. Path of Exile 2 has had this happen with the classic Exalted Orb. So we're not talking about the enhanced Exalted Orbs here, we're talking about the baseline Exalted Orbs. Baseline Exalted Orbs in Path of Exile 2, some people see them as a secondary currency. They aren't a secondary currency, they're just something that people want on day 1 and 2 of a league. However, they often hit a point where they're 1,000 against the Divine Orb. Not so much talking about patch 0.4.0, because even the Divine Orb in Path of Exile 2 at the moment is basically worthless. But what we're talking about here is in normal leagues, where there is no Incursion Temple disgorging tens of thousands of Divine Orbs per hour across the league economy. In those scenarios, the Exalted Orb ends up not being loot pretty quickly. What I'm thinking is going to happen eventually, and I'm not saying this is going to happen immediately, but I do think we're going to see a situation where Chaos Orbs pretty much stop being something that you want. They're going to be more like Alchemy Orbs are now. They're a very useful commodity, you do want to have them, but you loot so many of them in your own gameplay that there's no real need to trade for them for other players, and as a result, Alchemy Orbs in Path of Exile 1, they're pretty close to worthless. Not necessarily on day 1 of a league, but pretty soon after that, they end up being pretty worthless as well. So what's that going to do to the league economy? Well, if that was the only change, I'd be a bit unclear as to exactly what would happen. But there's a bunch of other changes taking place as well. Let's have a look at the ground loot changes that they're making. So, 6% of items that are not unique are basically going to be converted into more currency items. This is not going to include Scrolls of Wisdom or Portal Scrolls. Additionally, there's a rejiggling around of the relative rarity of currency items. So there'll be some that will remain rare, such as Divine Orbs, but there are some that are being made considerably more common. You'll notice here, Exalted Orbs and Regal Orbs, they're going to be comparatively more common, as well as this doubling of the amount of currency items that you get from regular monsters. They're also, on top of this, going to make Exalted Orbs more common. So with the rest of this video, what I want to do is play through several scenarios as to exactly how these currency changes might impact the Trade League economy. Keep in mind that this is the biggest set of sweeping changes that we've seen since 3.19, and it might even be bigger than the 3.19 ones. It might be the biggest one that's ever happened in Path of Exile 1, although I'm not quite willing to make that claim yet. Let's start with the top end currency. I think this is going to stay the Divine Orb. There is one other possibility though, and that is the Orb of Annulment. The Orb of Annulment currently is 2.5 times rarer than Divine Orbs as a direct monster drop, but it does have a deterministic targetable farming source, and that is drops from Harbingers. Harbingers don't drop annulment shards all that often, but they do drop enough of them that it ends up being a really substantial source of them across an entire Trade League economy. Harbingers, of course, are going away, and this might mean that we have a situation where Orbs of Annulment end up being the most undersupplied currency across the whole trade league. I don't think that's going to happen. I just want to mention it as a possibility. But I'm going to assume for everything else that Divine Orbs remain the top currency, the main thing people trade in, and that Orbs of Annulment, maybe they hold some value, maybe they even reach parity with the Divine Orb, but they're going to be an exciting drop, but not something people generally use in day-to-day trades. However, at the bottom end of currencies, I don't think the Chaos Orb necessarily is going to be fit for purpose as a secondary currency anymore. So we've talked about why the Chaos Orb is no longer going to have the sort of demand that it's had historically, both with the map device crafts being removed and the tier 17 to Nightmare map change. All this is going to mean that the pool of players that are consuming more Chaos Orbs than they generate is going to be much smaller than it's been in the past, and as a result, people are going to be buying less Chaos Orbs through Faustus's currency exchange than they have in the past. But what if the player base doesn't agree? What if the player base continues to denominate things in Chaos Orbs and Divine Orbs? Well, the consequence is going to be this. The ratio between the Divine Orb and the Chaos Orb is going to expand, but it's going to expand in an unstable way. This is what's happened in Path of Exile 2's 010, 020, 030, and in the early days of 040 before that economy got really weird. What tends to happen is that the secondary currency, which is Exalted Orbs in that game, at some point, the player base, or at least the wealthy section of the player base, completely lose confidence in the future of the Exalted Orb as a trading commodity, and overnight, you go from maybe 320 Exalts being a fair trade against one Divine, you go to bed, and then the next morning you get up, and suddenly it's 580 to 1. What's happened there is that one or two wealthy players have decided, I am getting rid of every single Exalted Orb I've got. I no longer have any confidence in the Exalted Orb longer term, and I'm just going to liquidate them all and pick up Divines. And in response to that, you have a fear of not getting out. You have a bit of a cascading effect where a whole bunch of people who are paying attention to trade league ratios, they all very suddenly dump all of their Exalted Orbs because they realize, oh, I either get rid of it now or I'm just holding on to something that's cratering in value. So this tends to happen in just a few hours. It's not like it's something that happens slowly over the course of a week. And for players that have got that in their mind, that the Chaos Orb is just going to crater at some time, you don't know when it will be, you just know it's going to happen and it's going to be bad, well, the rational thing to do is just not to hold any large amounts of Chaos Orbs, not to liquidate things into Chaos Orbs unless you have immediate plans for those Chaos Orbs. So with that in mind, I think that if the Trade League economy ends up with the Divine Orb and Chaos Orb still being the two main currencies, don't hold on to Chaos Orbs. Just get rid of them. If you realize you've got 500 Chaos Orbs in your stash, trade them for an appropriate amount of Divines. And if 500 is not sufficient to turn it into a Divine, trade it into something else that you know will hold value. Maybe it'll be Shaper Fragments, maybe it'll be Orbs of Annulment, maybe it'll be something else entirely. Just get rid of them so that you're not holding something that you know is going to crater, at least in any large numbers. It's going to sound harsh, but keep a few dozen for your own personal use and let other people take the loss on the rest of them. That's what happens if we stay with a Divine Orb and a Chaos Orb economy. I think it's going to end up with a lot of people being quite frustrated with what they'll term inflation. It's not really that there's any inflation, it's that the Chaos Orbs that they think should have a stable value don't have a stable value, and as a result, they're going to end up pretty disappointed with what happens to them. Same as what happens to everyone that thinks Exalted Orbs are a stable commodity in Path of Exile 2. The second possibility is that Chaos Orb changes to something else. And I want to go through the strengths and weaknesses of a few possibilities here. Firstly, let's start with the weaker two, the Exalted Orb and the Fusing Orb. Now, with the Exalted Orb, there's a real difficulty here that we don't know how much its rarity is being changed. We don't know whether these are going to be really, really common drops like Orbs of Alchemy are today, whether they're going to be uncommon drops like a Val Orb is today, somewhat rare drops like a Regal Orb is today, or maybe they're only just getting slightly nudged to be 1.25 times as common as they are today, or 2.5 times as common as they are today. So it's really hard to predict on this. The key thing though is that I don't think the demand for Exalted Orbs can scale to the moon. It can scale pretty high. There's a lot of good ways to use Exalted Orbs if they get really cheap. You can definitely exalt out maps all the time, but I don't think that there's enough sinks in the game for the Exalted Orb to be a stable secondary currency. If Exalted Orbs are really common, they're just going to end up like Chaos Orbs, like Alchemy Orbs, in that pool of currencies that are genuinely useful, but that you've got so many of them that they cease to be loot. The second one along these lines is the Fusing Orb. The Fusing Orb is, again, something where the demand for them can't really scale beyond a certain point. Also, Fusing Orbs are pretty expensive to request from Faustus in any sort of bulk as well. and that's going to be a big thing that will come up when we talk about alterations. The main issue with fusings as a secondary currency, though, is exactly the same as it is with Chaos Orbs and with Exalted Orbs. There is an upper limit to the demand for them, and even though you can just start 6-linking things and then sending them to the Temple Corruption Chamber, you can do this with an enormous amount of items at some point. You're still gated by gaining all of those Corruption Chambers, and you're still also gated by, is it actually worthwhile to use so many fusing orbs to make something that might not be overly great? And of course, if it does end up being really good, that's also competing with the Tainted Fusing Orb, which is something that really decreases the demand for fusing orbs in general. So that's Exalts, Fuses, and Chaos as a secondary currency. What about the Alteration Orb? Here, I think we've got a really good choice with one real problem with it. Alterations have actually been quite stable as a tertiary currency, if you like, in recent leagues. They're almost always about 600 to 800 against the Divine. This has been really constant for a long time. This would mean they'd be a good substitute. Even though they're much more common than Chaos Orbs, there's something where the demand for them can actually really scale up. So if it turned out that there were more alterations in the economy, then people could be more picky with certain types of crafts that they do, and as a result, use of them, demand for them can continue to scale up into the stratosphere. The drawback, though, is the Faustus cost for requesting alterations is too high. Currently, Faustus bills you 10 gold if you're the person that is requesting that you get alterations from the other player. That is 10 gold per alteration. So if you list a Divine Orb for 750 alterations, Faustus is going to bill you 7,500 gold. By contrast, if you're in Keeper's League and you list a Divine Orb and you request 200 Chaos Orbs as exchange for that, then that's only going to cost you 3,000 gold because Faustus bills 15 gold per 1 Chaos. Now, if alterations were to have that 10 coefficient replaced with a 4, then instantly I would say that's the right choice. The Trade League economy might not pick it, but that would be the best possible secondary currency. With it being 10, I'm not so sure. I don't think it's going to feel so great. If you run through a map, you pick up 10 Grand Eldritch Embers, and you go to the currency exchange and you list them and you realize 10 of them is not even close to a Divine Orb, but I can get 300 alterations for this. Oh, that's going to cost 3,000 gold. Ouch, I don't really want to do that. I don't think it's going to get there, barring any changes to the Faustus cost. The other one that I mentioned, and I think this is the one if Grinding Gear Games don't make any changes to Faustus cost, is the Scouring Orb. Scours are just a little bit rarer than Chaos Orbs at the moment, but they're something where demand can scale up really high, they're genuinely useful, and they're something that players do need to keep getting. Even if you have taken Scouring Orbs off your loot filter, you're going to need to demand them from other players in trade, and that's because every single magic item map that you pick up needs to be scoured before it can be used. Editing GOG here because I realized, well, actually that's not quite true. There is an alternative way that you can prepare a map that's currently dropped as magic. You could alternately regal it and then exalt it out, or you could regal it and you could chaos it. The reason that I think that Scour Elk is going to be the best way to roll maps though, is because it just works on everything. So if you pick up a map that is in a scoured state, well, you just elk it. If you pick up one that is currently in a magic state, you scour elk it. If you pick up one that is in a rare state, but it's got mods on it that you can't beat, so let's say your character is allergic to physical reflect, then you can just simply scour elk that one as well. Of course, you could chaos orb that last one. Of course, you can use all sorts of other things, like maybe the one that's in the scoured state, you might decide for some weird reason you want to transmute it, then you want to regal it, and then you want to chaos it. You've got the option to do that, but no matter what state the map is in, as long as it's not corrupted or mirrored or something like that, you can always scour elk it and get it into a runnable state. For that reason, I think scours are just a much better way to roll maps than some of the more esoteric options that do exist. On top of that, I think people will be scouring nightmare maps quite a bit in 3.28, especially early in progression. Later on, you'll try and juice them, but early on, just scour them so that you can get them done. And there'll be a whole lot of other things along these sorts of lines. Lots of uses for scouring orbs, and if supply on them jumps the shark, then there's always scour chancing, which is something that's much more pleasant to do than it used to be as a result of some semi-recent changes that were made. So that's what I think is likely to happen in terms of the Trade League economy. I think that the best overall outcome in the sense of the best feeling economy will be either if scours become the secondary currency or if alterations become the secondary currency if Grinding Gear Games do make a change to the Faustus cost. Failing that, it's quite possible that the player base might select something else, fusings, exalted orbs, or just sticking with chaos orbs out of inertia. And I think in that case, you just ultimately want to get rid of them early because you don't want to be holding on to sharply depreciating assets. Yes, that means dumping them on other players, but those players are either going to use them before they end up cratering in value, or alternately, they're speculating, and you just end up being someone who gets rich at a speculator's expense, which you don't need to feel bad about at all. Anyways, that's an overview of some of the major changes coming to the Trade League economy. Whilst there are some things that Chaos Orbs can be used for that could potentially countervail some of these, you can use them on Simplex Amulets, you can use them on Focused Amulets. I don't think these scale to the moon like the options do for alterations, like the options do for Scouring Orbs, and as a result, I'm not going to be holding any large number of Chaos Orbs, even if they do remain the secondary currency in this league. I'm going to leave it there. May your Chaos Orbs have interesting results.
All right, well, there you have it. Quick update on the economy. The next video is going to be podcast. We're only going to watch the beginning of it. Not going to watch the whole thing. Okay? So there you go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you so much for joining me for a pre-Mirage interview. I'm joined with Octavian and Andrew. Some are already familiar with Octavian. We'll do introductions here in a sec, but this is Andrew's first time at an interview, I believe. I saw you did a XLCon thing. But I figured if you guys can start with introducing yourselves and talk a little bit about what you do at Grinding Gear Games.
My name's Andrew. I've been at GGG for about 7 years now. I started off in QA and then I think I moved to design around Metamorph League. Out of like all of the designers at GGG, I'm probably the one who's like spent the highest proportion of time on Path of Exile 1. Not to say I haven't done a few things on PoE 2, but yeah, so I'm pretty familiar with like all of the leagues back since when, all of them.
And is it true that you are the dev check guy? That whenever Chris Wilson was doing like a dev check, it would be you answering the questions?
Yeah, for a period there, yep.
Cool. That's good to know. I know a lot of people are curious about that. It's a good emote on Twitch too. Octavian, do you want to introduce yourselves for people who aren't familiar with you already?
Sure. Though first I do just want to say, like, I feel like Andrew's selling himself a little bit short. Like, he is essentially the bedrock of Path of Exile 1 design. Like, if there is a league mechanic or other thing in Path of Exile 1 that you like, he probably did some of the implementation for it.
Wow.
But yeah, my name is Octavian. Not my real name. Technically, my real name is Chris, but there's already another Chris at Grind, or there has been another Chris at Grinding Gear. But yeah, my name is Octavian. I joined the company about 4 years ago now, and I am, design on PoE 1, though I started in QA, like Andrew, and like a lot of our designers. And also have touched a number of things on PoE 2, but, full-time PoE 1 now.
And for those that don't know, Octavian used to be a streamer before as well. So
yes, in a past life. Right? What's that?
You're still a part-time streamer.
Now and again, as a hobby. But
really good games
used
too.
Used to be full-time. Used to be on podcasts on the other side of this.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks so much for introducing yourselves, and thank you guys for being here and giving me this opportunity. I have a lot of things I'm excited to talk about. So, we'll start with talking about Mirage itself, and I'm a little bit curious with like when it comes to ideas and stuff. When you're thinking up a league for PoE 1, do you ever consider, is this going to be in PoE 2? Is it going to be used there, and how will it look like when it comes to PoE 2?
Not really. I mean, I won't say that it's like literally never come up as a question, but it's kind of an afterthought. Like, yeah, I mean, in the case of Mirage, I pitched the idea originally, and that certainly wasn't part of the premise, no.
Mirage is very, very different. We've seen like, starting at Legion, we had like the homogenization of loot. This seems a little bit the opposite of that, where it's enhancing each league's individual flavor. Would you talk a little bit more about like the league mechanic itself, especially like just basic things like what happens when you die? Can you go back in?
You would use a portal in the same way that you would if you died in the original map.
Okay.
So yes, you can go back in if you have a portal remaining.
And then we saw in the video that you free the djinns. Does that itself drop any loot or end the mirage?
It doesn't prevent you from going back in the mirage if there was still loot in there that you hadn't looted yet and you wanted to go get. But the djinn breaking free is kind of a flavor thing. However, completing a mirage within the mirage, so finding the astral chain and breaking that, will spawn a cache of rewards.
Okay, cool. And like I said, it alters the league mechanics and boss fights. I was wondering if we could have any examples of that. I'm particularly curious about how it interacts with ritual. Can we have 8 rituals, basically?
I was gonna say, for the majority of this league cycle, Octavian has been working on the league, and I've been working on a bunch of the other stuff.
Yeah.
So Mirage stuff to me is like still fairly fresh. I'm not familiar with it, but I think I did actually do stuff regarding the ritual mechanics for Mirage. It's got this weird thing going on where if you had 4 rituals within your regular map, it will try to buff the ritual in the Mirage by so much that it would give you an equivalent amount of tribute. We had to do a bunch of weird maths to figure this out, but basically, if there's 4 rituals in your real map and there's 1 ritual in your Mirage, then that 1 ritual in your Mirage will be super juiced and it should give you an equivalent amount of tribute to what you had in your real map.
Wow. Okay, cool. Do you have any other examples that you're willing to share about like how it affects and changes league mechanics? That was a really cool one.
Abyss is one where so often the Mirage area is much smaller than the original map, and an Abyss can path quite a distance. So an Abyss in a Mirage is often going to, if its pathing would have taken it outside of the bounds of the Mirage, it will instead just open up a pit and start spewing out tons of monsters on the spot.
Oh. Okay. And speaking of Abyss, does it or how does it interact with anything like an Abyssal Pit, Syndicate Research, anything that has like a separate zone, whether it's a loading one or not?
So what we term a child instance, which is what a Mirage is, it's a child of the instance that it was created in, cannot itself have further child instances. So that means that Labyrinth Trials, Volside areas, Abyssal Depths are not actually able to spawn in Mirages, no.
What about stuff like Alva that is it's a portal to something else, but it's not a loading screen?
That's a less hard rule. Alva actually doesn't work, but Alva master missions in general don't get recreated in Mirages, but that's mostly because they have meta systems that need to be in a given state, and we can't actually predict the state that you'll be entering the Mirage in. So like say you've only done half of the encounters in the parent instance, and then you enter the Mirage. If you're in a Djinn, talking in the context of a Djinn mission, we don't know the state of your board. Like it's in flux. Because the state of the board is recalculated at the end of all of the Djinn encounters, not necessarily at the end of each individual one within a map. So mostly for functional reasons, master missions don't work, and then like I said, anything that would send you to a further child instance doesn't get recreated.
What about Harvest?
Harvest works.
Oh, cool. Are you willing to talk about how Harvest works?
If the portal to the Harvest Grove, I guess it's what it's called, is within the Mirage, then you can enter it, and the entire grove is valid walkable space.
Well, yeah, but is it different in the Mirage?
Oh yeah, there's a new kind of seed.
Oh, okay. Okay,
it does things.
Okay, it does things.
We put it on the reveal page.
Yeah. All right. Are there any league mechanics that like completely don't work? Do you want to expand more on anything else that like isn't workable?
I think the only one that doesn't fit in the earlier list is the Viridian Wildwood doesn't show up in Mirages. There is a wish to add wisps though.
Okay. And what about Delve? Does that get like changed as well, like the sulfide piles?
That's master missions in general don't show up in Mirages. So.
Right, that makes sense.
I'm curious, how does a Delirium mirror work?
I would have to double check this because I requested it work this way, but I haven't looked at the issue in a while, and it hasn't come back to me. But the intention is that if there is a Delirium mirror in the overworld that you interacted with, then there is one in the Mirage.
Whoa. Okay. Does Mirages interact with the Valdo tier 17 maps from the puzzle boxes?
You can do a Mirage in a Valdo map, but you won't get the reward again.
Okay.
So you'll be able to do content again, but not the like special, guaranteed Mage Blood or whatever.
Yeah. You can still be sent to the Void.
Yes. It inherits all the map stats of the parent instance, and that is a map stat. So yes.
Right. Does Nightmare maps and Originator maps have like both functionalities of the Mirage? Like, can you go through like the small Mirage, or can you basically double the map like that type of Mirage?
That is at odds with Originator maps, because the modifier that makes a map an entire Mirage map is taking up the same space as the modifier that makes it an Originator map. And that's kind of purposeful because we wanted to have two different strategies you could be pursuing in the end game rather than just stacking every strategy on top of each other.
Oh, what about Nightmare maps?
Nightmare maps work with Mirages, yes.
And even the like
Or
doubling
what do
it?
you mean?
Like, well, so you could have like, I can't remember, or I actually don't fully know the fully name of it, but there's like, you said in the Q&A with Ziggy that you can do a full Mirage, right? Like fully Mirage a map.
I don't see any reason that wouldn't work with the Nightmare map, but I'm not 100% certain without testing it.
And that's why
Mirage map.
Well, that's why I was
Like, how do
curious
you get
about
a fully Mirage map?
Uh-huh.
Fully Miraged maps have a chance to drop from map bosses within a Mirage.
So are you a little bit
Answer Andrew's
concerned
question.
that makes it back to a tier 17 meta again, that you can fully Mirage those, but you can't on Originator maps?
Well, you're not able to apply the Egan juice, the blobs, as been lovingly termed, to them. So I think it should be fine, but that is a valid concern.
Okay, well, I'm glad that's brought up at least and like thought about. That's definitely a concern. Another thing, we did see Cyrus in a Mirage. Are you willing to share any other like large buses like that? Like, can we see Ubers?
There is a wish that spawns. There is a wish, a relatively rare wish that is T16 plus only, that spawns a random feared member in your map.
And my follow-up question then is, do they have their original drop tables?
They can drop their uniques.
Very cool. Very cool. And I'm guessing that's the, like, so if it's spawns Cyrus, I'm guessing that's the normal version of Cyrus and not the Uber version.
Yes, not Uber. The version that would show up in Feared, which I don't think is the Uber version.
No, but you can witness both, so I figured it was worth asking. Cool. So we have Mirage items are coming with like new uniques and the Coin of Restoration. Now, my question here is, we did have a sort of similar system with faded uniques from Prophecy, which altered, Limb Split into Cauterizer, where Cauterizer is just better than Limb Split in every way. Is this going to be a similar type system where the restored unique is just better in every way, or are they both usable for different purposes?
I'm sure, players will define a meta where some of them are more valuable or stronger than others, but the intent is that they are, roughly equivalent. Now, given that they do very different things, it's kind of hard to match that intent. One will probably be a bit stronger than the other.
Yeah.
But no, it's not meant to be like, this is, thing A, and then when you use the coin on it, it's thing A plus plus.
Yeah.
They're
meant to be meaningfully different and equally viable.
Cool.
Yeah, from what I've seen, they look like generally the two uniques are for completely different builds. So, for example, Rough Spider's like a poison themed sword, and then the fire equivalent is an ignite themed sword, or a fire dot sword.
Respite was the internal name for the unique sword that we showed off in the Q&A or in the live stream.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I like that. Next up, I really want to ask about Streams of the Desiccated, which in a lot of ways is competing hard with or even replacing Mage Blood. Is it divinable? Like, can I divine Resistance Shrine to Massive Shrine? I guess that's my first question.
No, the shrine will not change with a divine orb. It works sort of like a Watcher's Eye in that respect.
Awesome. And what shrines are we not getting? Obviously, Divine Shrine, I guess.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, definitely not Divine Shrine.
What about Echoing?
I know I'm going to disappoint some people with this answer, but I don't really want to reveal the full list. I mean, it's going to be data mined on release, I'm sure. But
What about, can you tell us if echoing is on there?
Well, all I can say is I still have the balance issue on me. It's like the only unique balance issue I have left. And we were talking quite a lot last week about it because we're basically looking at this thing and we're like, have we just power crept Mage Blood?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of interesting things you can do with it, because it's basically, the downside is it only applies to Shrine while you have no Flask active. But to be honest, there's like a lot of ways you can still take advantage of that downside. Like, for example, you can take the King of the Mist +1 ring slot, and an extra ring is certainly juicy. You can use tinctures still, you can use instant flasks. So the downside isn't as punitive as it may first seem on paper. And then if you look at what the shrines actually grant, like a ton of them grant completely cracked buffs. And you'd also, unfortunately, this is a little bit of a combo item because you're always going to be comboing it with something like the Gal. You might use Blunderbore, but basically you'd want to stack as much shrine effect as possible on top. So yeah, there's certainly, this item is crazy, and the balance is still in progress, and it's probably going to end up being giga rare for like very specific combinations. But
good.
Yeah, there are crazy shrines on it for sure.
I gave Andrew a problem.
Awesome. No, I'm super excited. It does look super fun, and at least Mage, like, or the belt is a very competitive slot, right? So that is a good thing.
Sure.
Cool. Glad we got that. Don't nerf it too much. It looks super fun. Very big fan. Right. So
one thing I did want to say, because I mentioned this on, like, you know, I was asked a question in Discord, but I want to mention it on like a more public platform, is the just to confirm it, the belt chooses an offensive and a defensive shrine. So you're never going to get, you know, like brutal and diamond together. Double offensive buffs doesn't happen, double defensive doesn't happen.
Okay, cool. Not even a small chance?
No, it's one offensive, one defensive.
That'd be cool. Acceleration echoing. All right. Well, speaking of power, the next topic that I want to cover a little bit is borrowed power. And we've been seeing that, like, that's been the meta for a while now. And the main borrowed power we're getting this league is the imbued gems, which are also directly competing with 21 gems and Val gems. I wanted to hear you talk a little bit about the design intent here when you're choosing like the borrowed power and how it's going to be implemented.
Well, I wouldn't say there's necessarily like this is the only borrowed power you're getting this league, because there's a ton of new currency items coming from Mirage, which are all giving, in essence, like a little bit of borrowed power here and there.
Okay.
But yes, these imbued gems are definitely one of like the bigger sources. They also tend to favor attack builds, I'd say, because they care less about getting that level 21 as opposed to just being level 20.
Yeah. Fair. You have like a baseline for what sort of power level, I guess maybe in like a more damage sense, that you're aiming for borrowed power, where I'd say, on top of my head, I would say Mercenary is probably where we had the most borrowed power, right? With probably the Doriani thing not maybe being superintended. But do you have like a rough number in mind for borrowed power per league?
Well, I wouldn't even necessarily say that we need to have borrowed power every league, but it completely depends on the league mechanic, to be honest. It's like Mercenaries could allow for a lot more borrowed power because it actually made things more difficult at the same time. Whereas most leagues' borrowed power are just pure power creep in that sense. But I don't think there's like any hard and fast rules here, to be honest.
Like, just for clarity's sake, I guess, like the place that imbued gems came from, as far as the design goal that I wanted to fulfill, is I wanted people to have 2 decision points when choosing a wish, not just like what the wish does in the area, but the imbued gems all come from the sigils associated with the wish. Like if you want to get the red imbued gem, you click the wish with the red sigil, and that's what causes monsters in that area to have a chance to drop the red imbued gem.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the red currency that creates them. And that means that like maybe there's a wish that you wouldn't normally otherwise take, but you're trying to farm for the red gem, so you're going to take it. And I wanted to have 2 axes of choice for all of the wishes, and that's where this came from. And it just also happened to be like, oh, and this can be, you know, some of the borrowed power that we might want to put in the league otherwise.
Are these going to be fairly plentiful, as in you'll get like a decent amount per day? Because obviously hitting the exact gem you want looks like it's going to be quite hard, and a lot of people are worried that this is going to be something that's like 2 or 5 divine per coin.
I can't really predict how expensive they'll end up being. I would say also it's hard to say how many you'll get per day because some people run 2 maps in a day and some people run 50.
Yeah.
You definitely could get 1 or more a day at a reasonable rate if you're playing quite a bit. I don't know. It's a rabbit hole question.
That's
kind of.
It's a tough one. I was actually going to have this a rapid fire question, but I care about it so much that I moved it up. Because we're talking about borrowed power. So probably my favorite item of all time is that which was taken, and it was taken from us. Is there any chance that it can become that which was given back? It was so cool.
Well, I can't. Well, to be fair, the unique art still exists because I'm pretty sure that ended up being reused as the new jewel from the King and the Mist.
It is.
The lighter meaning. But I think that which was taken was definitely a borrowed power source from the Affliction League. It sort of only made sense in the context of charms as well. It was sort of giving you extra charms on top of what you could already get from the Primalist Ascendancy. And it wasn't really doing anything novel. It was the charm system was just like a thrown together fun passive tree mechanic that was just stealing effects from all over the game. It isn't really providing anything new. And another point to that is PoE 1 sort of has a little bit of a problem where at the high end game, you basically just stack a ton of limit 1 unique jewels. We already have so many of them. You've got like Watcher's Eye and your Forbidden Jewels and your Timeless Jewels. So I wouldn't really want to just keep on adding more and more limit 1 jewels that every single builder is required to end up using.
Yeah, that's fair. I just, yeah, I loved it a little bit because of the almost like soulbound like quality.
That's a no from the devs. That's a straight no, we won't. Good info though. And now the fun part starts over again. Can't believe I'm doing this. I always go back on what I kind of with gamer addiction, I don't know. Can't really say it's an addiction because there are so many games that you can swear off and go back to in like 3 months or like 2 months. I think it's been a little longer since I've really taken a look at just Path of Exile 1. By the way, the Second Wind League ended, or was going, sorry, it was going to end, but it got extended for another month. So there's always that as well. But like I said, now it comes the fun part. We get to see our new Mirage cosmetic. And do a little league start prep. Or practice. Refresher course. As one does. Alright, so now it's PoE 1. Do I get the game capture? No. I don't. I don't get the game capture. Okay. So that's first thing. Sorry guys, one moment. One moment, please. And here I am. And I'm even bouncing up and down already. 4 days until the actual release. This is my Keepers League character. We'll go straight into that. This little refresher course. Oh, well, this would be better to do this. Bum, ba, 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 ba. Here we are. Back in good old Keepers League. So it's a weapon effect. There it is. Other effects. But there you go. There it is. There's the drop. So remember this? Where's the store? Oh, here it is. I think I changed the hotkey or something. Supporter packs. Let's have a quick look. Bum bum ba 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 ba. I don't know what's gonna happen here, but maybe the worst. Okay, no, the best happened. The best scenario there. Mirage supporter packs. Can't look at them, huh? Uh, can I look at stuff? Like how the... I don't remember how this store works. But anyway, there you have it. Have a good old Keepers League refresher. I wonder if I could do any of that. This weird appendage coming out of my back. That's the first thing that's gonna go. Next, the first thing I'll do though is this. I remember why. I remember why I did that. Okay. Happy to hear that that is gonna be gone. But this darn thing is going standard or whatever. I don't have enough. Oh wait, that's the level 72. It's either item. All right, I forget what I have. I think I have this juice for armor. Yeah. Fuck it. It only costs 11. 11 graft blood. I probably won't even be able to wear it. Watch. All right, sir. 32 decks needed. Okay. I gotta pull up the build guide I was going with. I think this was a minion build, right? Yeah. Let's go here. I thought there was sensitivity. No? There's no sensitivity? Ba, 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 ba. I think that's a good one. That there for now. Du- 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 du. Du- 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 du. Literally a Witch League starter. So yes, we got this. Cool, cool, cool. All right, well, first things last. What's up here? Oh, for fuck's sake. Just doing a loot filter. Hold on. And then we'll look at build guides. Dun, 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 dun. It's gonna take quite of a adjustment looking at this screen again, but I'm kind of happy to be back at it. Bum, bum, ba, 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 ba. Oh well. Okay. Do that. This. Cool. Regular. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. That. Do the yes. Save. Try it again in a little bit. Save and sync. All right. Might take a few minutes. Bum ba 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 ba. Where we at? Where we at? Here's a 3-minute ad break. Time to prime. It's time to prime, everybody. Ba 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 ba. All right, let's get back into this. Go. Here we go. Builds. PoE 2 Ninja. PoE 2. Shit. Act 1. Oh, Mind Trickster. Critical Slayer. Here it is. 3.26. Let's go here. Oh, that's just a pop. I see. Those are all pobs. That was smart at the time. 3.26. There's a Marauder. Let's just do this. PoE 3.27 League Starter Google Search Mobile Analytics. So I guess it's max roll or mobile analytics. What do we pick? Did they just add PoE? I think we go max roll. I honestly think that's the... Yeah, wow, look at that difference. I think that's the superior site for PoE 1. Build guides. Forge Frostbearer Spectre. Poison ranged animate weapon. Chaos minion army. Let's go with this. Oh, that's weird. Bum 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 bum.
I greet you once again.
What kind of womb gift was it? Womb gift. I see, I did it again. Womb gift. Rowing? What was that? It's this shit. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. Fuck it. Oh, we want evasion energy shield, right? Dun 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 dun. Well, I think that sucked. Probably have to respec. I have to probably respec all of this. Keep getting shitty armor. Boom, boom. Okay. That's probably in this. Mm. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. Do, 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 do. Okay. I think I have that already. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. Okay. Level 1. Level 2. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. We're not even at Norway yet. Cool. Or are we? Boom, 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 boom.
Hello again.
Bum, 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 bum. Mm, 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 mm. This is quite intricate. Dun 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 dun. Mm, 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 mm. I don't think I had one in this league. I think I have it in standard. I was looking for that. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. Yeah, no. Nope. What about this? No. Nope. Dun 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 dun. As I assumed. Okay.
Good to see you here.
Oh, wait. Um. Ha, this is my first test. So an item with quality. I think you just vendor everything in this, right? Because there's no salvage bench, right? Do, 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 do. Well, whatever.
Good to see you here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Beware of the enemy.
Ba-da, ba-da, ba-ba.
Good to see you here. I'll see you again.
Ba, ba, ba-da, ba.
Poverty, have you?
Ba, ba-da, ba, ba.
Oh, bless.
Hail! I'll handle things here.
Wait, where's...
Business,
I don't have her yet. Dun, 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 dun.
Need something? God's will.
How's the trail?
Hail God's Slayer.
That's why it gives me a transmute. Bum, 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 bum. Fuck at it again. Okay. Melee splash, melee splash support. So my wand. Green, blue, blue, but I don't care about that at the moment. Minion damage, minion skills, trigger spells. Right. First we do this. Right. Or Goat's Horn. Oh, getting quite a lot of energy shield from that. Let's do something about this if we can. I think I was just getting started with this though, so might prove difficult. Wants me to have so much so soon. That's the build guide for you. Um, yeah, let's get rid of this. Have to be able to replace this. We have to be able to. That's evasion. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Let's have a look see. So far, we're striking out bad. Right? Look at this. Gotta go farm. It is what it is. No, we're gonna use the tree. Gonna use the fucking tree. I wonder I'm wearing all this because I didn't have anything else. Okay. That's fun. But I might still do this. It's already blue, blue, blue as well. Blue, blue, blue. And guess this is the best I can do. Not even boots. So, okay. Aside from like literally everything else, like this. Put this over here. Ooh, what's this? Unset ring. Oh, need that. All sockets are white. Oh, that's dope. Got this. Dexterity, life, fire. Projectiles. Paired response. This has minion shit. Okay. So that's cool. All this, I guess. This for now. This one flask. Guess this too. That's basically for this build. Not even gonna bother with those. Here's one more blade. Start trading cards and stuff. You can do a lot at the moment. You can do a lot at the moment. As I refresh my brain on what to do this very early stage of everything. Ah, but there's a trade-off. Minus 20 to all elemental resistances. No, thank you. But then 86 to fire resistance when socketed with a red gem and all that. Oh, wow. That's fucking wild. It would be a blue gem. Lightning res. I don't need lightning res. Well, that's out. Oh, shut the fuck up. All right, let's go farm some stuff. Do I have any jewel sockets? No, I just got started. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 ba. Stand by. There it is. There it is. The fetid pool, yeah? All right. So we do the fetid pool and the like, and campaign and chill. Time to campaign and chill, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a cartoon bouncing snake. Almost 2 hours into another excellent session here on twitch.tv. Where am I? This Earth? Again? Earth? Damn. All right, here's a 3-minute ad break. I'll make do. We'll try to make do. Bum 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 bum. Ooh, how many can I summon? A lot. That thing? Oh, nice. Oh, and I can do a lot of those. Look at that. It's a lot. 10 at a time. I think I did that in my last attempt at this build. The exact same thing. I tried to equip Spectral Throw. And I don't, it's a wand. You need a sword. Something with energy shield. Oh boy. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Petit pool. See if we get some armor energy shield. I just wanted to see something real quick. Yeah, armor energy shield. Reselected. Do 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 do. Okay, next thing is flasks. Yeah, we're doing this well. Okay. Wiped it out. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum ba 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 ba. Okay, okay, okay. That flesh offering is crazy. All right, right, isn't there like a little bug with this too? Wipe out remaining monsters. Thought I just did. Dun 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 dun. Need shield charge. Gotta buy that. Yes. Flasks and shield charge. Woo. Mm. Still more? Ah, I hate this. There we go. There we go. Hey, it's not bugged. Sweet. Alright, so flasks. What else did I say?
A necromancer. Just the one, was it? Guess the bastard got a bit lonely, decided to make himself some pets. Wow. Good to see you don't mind getting your hands good and filthy. Here, To mark a dirty job well done.
Sorry if there was some echoing today. New game, new adjustments. I just noticed the echoing again. Thanks, chat, for reminding me. Appreciate you guys. Very helpful. Do 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 do.
Stay sharp out there.
Oh yeah, and shield charge. I can pick that up.
Hello.
Bum 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 bum. Oh, I have frost blink. Well, whatever. Bum 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 bum. Mm-mm. All right, let's have a look. Dun 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 dun. Actually, this is better for. Okay. Mm-mm.
Yes?
I have that already. Sweet.
Well, we live. We are blessed.
Dun 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 dun. Importer exporter. Boop 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 boop. Hmm. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Aha. Bum 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 bum. Bup 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 bup. Bup 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 bup. Bup 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 bup. Bup 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 bup. Okay, and then. The got it. Okay, perfect. We're good now. I'm back. Oh, that's interesting. We'll do that. Okay. Uh, do we have this? No. Bum. Ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Cross blink. Bum, ba, 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 ba.
We are blessed.
Melee. 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 Uh, that's okay. Cool. Okay, that's okay. Then 66. Okay. Okay. Oh. Skitterbots. Oh, well that's cool, isn't it? All I have to do is link that. That's kind of cool. Where is it? Fuse me. So flesh offering and then put... Where'd it go? I'll put Frostblink here. Ooh. And so they frostblink. Okay, summon everyone's favorite skitterbots instead of skeletons, huh? I hate skitterbots, but they do the work for you.
Hello.
Let's see if she's got them. What the hell just happened? What I do? Getting used to the UI again. No skitterbots yet. Where does one attain the skitterbots? I guess we will find out. I'm actually, yeah, level 14. So, why is that not even linked yet? Stupid. The only other two things is this. Sorry, I touched the mic. That, I guess. The auras.
Be well. What little help I can offer.
Might as well. Okay.
While we live, we are blessed.
Might as well. Might as well. If you're gonna do something, do it right. Dun, 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 dun.
What little help I can offer.
Spell damage. A. Then. Okay. Don't need that. Mm, mm. Hungry loop. Don't seem to have much difference. That I can see. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Hello. Farewell.
All right, campaign and chill. In un momento.
I greet you once again. Yes, just like that.
Okay, okay. Yeah. this. Can I do this? What the fuck? I can do level 64s. Doesn't matter. Let's do level 10.
The Genesis tree accepts.
I don't even think that's good. Not even rare. Lightning damage. Does more damage, actually. Lightning minions deal 12% increased damage. That's good. Can regal it. Right? Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Bow bow. Really? Really? Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, that was a challenge. Nice. So now I have both? There's no way I have both. Holy shit. Alright, throw those on. So that's it, right? Well, I have 69 left. I mean, do we go for more? Bum, 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 bum. I think we're good for now. New stuff. Red to a blue, perfect. Let's do it. Oops. Up, 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 up. Okay, let's see if this works. I'll leave that there for now. This works. Okay, good. That's what? Agreed to a blue. Definitely not those, though. Dun 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 dun. Ba 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 ba. Ba, ba. Okay. A few other things. And we'll be good to go.
Good to see you here.
I think a good refresher
Drive them back.
today happened. Regardless of what happens in the next few minutes, hours, days. What was it? Oh yeah. Let's do this.
Pockets as empty as your prospect.
Hail, Godslayer.
Interesting.
Decisions must be. Hey. Stay vigilant. Thought I heard something. Prepared for the.
Thank the gods. Goodbye. Hello.
Hero.
Yes. Yes.
Hail. Hail.
Hey. All right.
Business, business.
Ooh, gamble for items. Okay, so I can gamble with him. Gamba gamba. Give me that.
Take care.
Come to hear your poem.
Oh, gamble with him too.
Still alive.
Doesn't usually have. That. Okay. Right. Alright, let's do all that. Real quick. Sockets on that. Ba. Boom, boom. All right, where is? Not for a while. It's not for a while anyway. All right, it will be good. We're over prepared. Which is also good. For a refresher. We'll be ready. Already. Alright, let's see if I start ripping. See how good I am at this now? Stand by. Do. Have I already gone to the... Oh no, I haven't. Okay. Ba 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 ba. Doesn't have those other cues. Oh well. Used to be like go up and left. Anyway. I'm being extra lazy with that. Oh, the only other thing I forgot is flasks. We should be good. Why am I not seeing any text? There it is. There's one local on. Alright, it's on. End of the league, end of the league. GG. Sometimes that shit is depressing. Okay. Perfect. And then do 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 do. Bum bum. Whoop whoop whoop. Mm, mm, mm. That's annoying. Alright. Then right. Perfect.
This is for your own good.
Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Feel free to leave comments if you're enjoying the stream today, guys. Doo doo doo. My comment is, it's still a great game. I mean, I can even pause it. These awkward moments, like when I was adjusting, sitting in my chair and everything. Very awkward indeed. Bit of a transition from FPS, you know, survival shooter. But it's a good change. Was there?
The sirens appear to be dining well.
Protect me! I nearly have it! Regenerating!
No womb gift that time. Dun 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 dun. Campaign and chill. I get into a good rhythm with maps and the build and everything. Good game flow. Be less of like checking in with you guys, more just playing music, chilling. Just chilling, playing some games. Just chilling.
Frankly, I would have been surprised if you hadn't recognized me, stuck fast in the filthy mud of my... Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely the same.
And that's how you die properly, sailor boy. No half measures, thank you.
Alright, don't need that.
Mervale dwells in the caves beyond the wrecks, at the head of Siren's Cove. Leave her be, and we can only hope that she continues to return the favor.
Leave her be.
Take care.
Fairgraves was a good man.
Bum bum ba 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 ba.
Welcome. Stay sharp out there.
Not right now.
Mm-hmm.
Bum bum bum. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Bum 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 bum.
While we live, we are blessed.
Ba 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 ba. Okay. And then... Flasks.
Hello.
Give me flask. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Ba 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 ba.
Yes? Goodbye.
Flask.
Goodbye.
Flask. Bomb. Sorry. Okay. And then... Bum, bum. And then... to the caverns. To the caverns.
Stands before us and looks out to the raging sea. He sings, calls, screams to our ancestors to come to our aid. He offers them gifts of old, a feast of heart and mind, muscle and marrow, cooked in the fire and rock of this angry land. We have none practice these ways in so many years. Only in the darkest of times, most desperate of times, do we perform these oldest of rituals. Only here and now may we sacrifice
None
and
shall
consume
pass.
our food. Only in our King can
Silence,
we trust
fools.
this return to our ancient selves.
That's better. Almost got it.
Da, 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 da. That was weird. Just wanted to do that. And then... Bop, 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 bop. Turn it up a little bit. We just turn it up a little bit. What happened? Good? A man. It's almost Merville time. Might be good right now for her. Maybe not. Maybe not. Bop, 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 bop.
I'm so cold and lonely. Embrace me. I wait for the day's return.
So far, so good.
Retreat, Hiveborn!
Exactly what I need. Cold resistant. Wonder why that's the thing. Cold res? I have that other ring too. $31? Only one way to find out.
This is love's true face!
Fucking melted. Not over yet, though.
Poor fishwife. 'Twas love that did this to you.
Fishwife. Nice. All right, that's how we do.
Doresso gave me the gem, kissed me, promised that he would be by my side forever. I sang for him. I sang for Oriath with his gem at my throat. Khaleesi's gem. Khaleesi's voice. I sang in her echo, performing arias that had once made the Empire weep. I listened to Khaleesi's lullabies in my dreams. I gave myself to her music, mind and body.
And body. Oh.
Doresso left me for San with a promise to free me from Khaleesi. I begged him not to go, tried to show him the wonder of my transformation, the beautiful daughters he would soon meet. He couldn't see. None of them could see. I fled from their hatred. When Doresso returns, I will cast his cure away.
Dun, dun,
It's
dun.
nice to see there's still some life in this twitching corpse of a continent.
Act 2, baby. See what we got first. Do, 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 do.
Enter.
Enter. Enter.
Good to see you here.
Ba 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 ba.
Be ever vigilant.
Bow, bow. Ba 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, that's ass. And then boop, 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 boop.
Hello again.
And
Be
then
at peace.
all right, let's have a look at this. Bum 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 bum. Do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Uh, Fuck it. Let's just keep going for armor. Fuck it. That's the most important thing, is body armor. Body armor it is. Go.
Yes, just like that.
Both garbage.
Greetings. Beware of the enemy.
Both garbage. Let's see what else. Why is there a level 53 in there?
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Boots too. They keep giving me evasion. That must be in here somewhere.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Okay, but that's what we want. That's the condition we want. Okay. That requirements. Got it.
Greetings. Beware of the enemy.
Ba 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 ba.
I thought you were a fool for seeking out Mervale. A fool.
A fool in love.
While we live.
Quite the lady killer. What now? Not right now. Damn me.
Farewell.
With you. Ba 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 ba. Oh, why would I do that? Why would I even do that? Ba 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 ba.
God
Okay.
hasn't abandoned us.
It says you. Bop, 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 bop. It's nice. Go to forest encampment.
I have traveled far. I have seen. Fare you well.
I am Yina. Abi, remember
You and the road.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Keep your wits about you.
I will be right back. 2 seconds, please. Okay, I'm back.
The very land learns to heed my demands.
Nice, nice, nice.
The air stinks of thaumaturgy. I could learn a thing or two here.
Inquisitor. If you attempt to transmogrify a virtue gem without the proper mental preparation, you will be a puppet master working strings made of vipers. Remember, these gems are phantasms in crystalline form, alive, with volitions inscrutable. Master conscious dreaming, as I instructed you. Your death would mean little to me, Mariano. It's what your demise could unleash that concerns me. Malachi.
Cool, cool.
That thing! It slaughtered everyone! Help me!
Bum 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 bum.
Society was after a creation of Melagaro's called the Baleful Gem. It's nearby and it's something that heartless bitch must never get her hands on.
I'm back. Well, I'm back. Well. Back to town.
Dioriath. Going.
The white. The spirit is true. Stay true to you.
I gave the ebony piety letter. Till next time, shall we keep?
I have.
Ba. Okay, now we're talking.
There is so much yet. What troubles you? Going?
Ba. Growing.
I welcome you. She will soon bear fruit.
Hello. Travel far. There is so much.
Yes? Be well.
Greetings.
If we dream big.
The spirit hunts with you. Go with the spirit.
This old.
Ba. Bum, ba, 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 ba. Do that. And then... Da, 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 da. And then... And then... I'm having fun. How are you guys doing? Chat, are you guys doing good? Looking at one extra thing here. Wait, where is that? Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So we're ahead of the game. We're ahead of the game. We're actually pretty far ahead. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. That's not even what I should look at, right? It is that other... Dun, 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 dun.
Bring the beast in my sights, exile. This one is captured. I now will take it. Off you go, little beast. Away! We will be best friends, beast, until we slaughter you.
Ba 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 ba.
There are no more worthy beasts nearby. So, Einar will go feed the ones we caught.
Your trouble. I like that. Now what I don't like, Oaken and Lyra and their thieving mongrels. They keep taking what's mine. I'm thinking you could do something about that. What's in it for you? The amulets around Oaken and Lyra's necks. The ones like mine here. There's power in them beyond reckoning. Take 2 heads and 2 amulets. Bring them to me. And take half the power. That add up right for you?
It's kind of disappointing, really. I usually like rats.
Alrighty, and then.
I shall slay every last one of you. Dance with the flame. Be gone, foul enemy.
Un Regal.
I caught some rats in my trap.
Oh yeah. Okay. Alrighty. That was fairly easy. So what happened with this?
A stranger like no other.
Alright, you guys, that's going to do it for me today. I hope you guys have enjoyed your gaming sessions and my return to the ARPG genre today. Always something new to learn and to look at. Seamless reintegration into Path of Exile 1. I didn't really need much of a refresher course to continue this campaign. Like, I didn't get stuck. I figured I was gonna be stuck, like, with gear and stuff. But having played Keepers when it came out and still having quite a bit of stash to go on, plus minion builds are just so lovely and simple to play and figure out. You know, it is a class that's always in the back of my mind at every league start. It's the simplest to build. A witch minion is probably the most DPS and the least amount of hassle that you can enter into when playing Path of Exile. So I had a lot of fun today. Like I said, I hope you guys also enjoyed your gaming sessions. But for now, Snake is out. Bye-bye, everybody. See you next time. See you soon.